Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write a game automation tool called Automat. Okay, never mind. Let me just run it. Maybe it will work. Who knows? And Automat is generally a utility for recording macros so that you can avoid grinding games. It's kind of plays the game for you. It's meant for playing games that you kind of enjoy playing, but that have some kind of repetitive macros that could be automated. Lots of games are like that. And there is one thing in Automat, it's been in the works for many, many years now, like 3 or maybe 4 years of, development at this point, and longer if we count the previous attempts. There was one object here which was bugging me so much. It's because the design was one of the earliest objects that I designed, and I made some silly choices. Like I chose yin-yang symbolism, which is very unintuitive. So yin-yang symbolism, like this whole environment, it's full of visual metaphors, right? This is a timer, right? The timer looks like a timer. You can immediately see at a glance what it does. And it sends a signal through this cable. So once it ends, it sends a signal, starts itself again. I can hook it up here. It can be a loop and change the range so that it looks like that. This is actually strange. I see some very weird bugs. This is probably because the AI messed up something in the code. I will have to look into this. Anyway, we have plenty of nice metaphors, like, mouse, objects. You can probably tell what this object is going to do, right? Just by looking at it. It doesn't need any explanations. This one may be slightly harder because once you look at this, what does it really do? It's a finger on a key, right? I can change the key. Yeah, so some objects need some improvements. This one, I would actually say this one also needs an improvement, but it's a low priority for us right now. And flip-flop use this weird yin-yang icon, which when you look at it, you start to wonder, what is it doing? Is it supposed to trigger something? Like, yeah, it was kind of unclear. So now we are going towards this more, say, traditional design of a switch, which should look like a wall switch. So I will have to kind of change some parameters of this shape so that it's more like something that you would put on a wall. It could have those tapered, sharp edges, I think, with more pronounced corner here. Anyway, so this is the plan for today. We want to implement this cool switch within Automat. I haven't had much sleep, but yeah. I'm in good spirits, so I guess that can make up for lack of sleep. I think there are some very simple improvements we can do to make it more switch-like. For instance, cross bounce. What is cross bounce? It should be on the top. It's like the important. The shape of the button. Okay, let me reduce the width of this. 3 centimeters sounds better. Radius definitely. 5 millimeters maybe. Actually wonder what's the best shape for a wall switch. should it be more... Actually, this looks very much like a wall switch already. Oh. Nice, pretty nice. I think this flat part, it is offset from the edges by 4 millimeters. Let's change this to 3. It looks now. Oh, and in the background, I am working on something else, something that I think I mentioned during the last stream. It's that within Automat, right, we have lots of cool utilities, like this utility to make screenshots. I can even run this in a loop, right? So we can see Automat within Automat. But what's more interesting is that there are all sorts of pipelines-based utilities. So I can actually connect my image, this image that I just captured, as a TensorFlow tensor. Stay with me. Tensor is just an array. So it says that, hey, we have a tensor which has batch size of 1, so it's one image. If it was a GIF or a video, it could have more images, you know, a sequence of images. Those are the dimensions. If I run this in a loop, right, you can see that when I change the direction, the size of the window, this number changes, because the size of the window changes. And it says 3 because we have 3 channels, RGB, right? Actually, we have RGBA, but whatever. And I can do this. So this is an operation from TensorFlow, which just takes a square of everything. So I can capture an image here, and I can use the TensorFlow library to do all sorts of fancy math on this. I can even, because this is TensorFlow, I can even do backpropagation on this. And backpropagation on images, it's something that's... This is a key to so many amazing image processing techniques. I can basically draw a pretty a rough outline of something, and I can draw how I want it to look. It's an image editing platform, like image editor, and I can do backpropagation, you know, through the image back to the source thing that I used to draw it. And then I can pick the parameters here. We're going to do this. We are absolutely going to do this eventually. Anyway, as you can see here, I am putting this TensorFlow library into Automat. And I am torturing an AI to do this for me. Because linking with TensorFlow, it's not... I mean, it's doable, but if you wanted to do it like I want to do it, it's not so straightforward. I want Automat to be pretty much statically linked, so I need to embed this TensorFlow very, very carefully into Automat binary, so that Automat can stay a single executable and still carry this external kind of dependency inside. Does it work? Does it work? Let me check something. I'm doing something on another screen, so you cannot see that, but
772 says,
That's a lot of intricate engineering work, Immo.E.
it is. I am so glad that AI is progressing so fast, because this would require probably like a week of work from me to do this. And And it took kind of like a week of work anyway, but it feels better with AI. It feels like somebody else almost did it for me, because I just kind of given the constraints. Okay, we want to load through delay load. It's nice. There are so many details here. I probably shouldn't bring them up here because they are so low level. But there is a very cool mechanism. Okay, I will bring them up anyway. There is a really cool mechanism for loading DLLs, which is Windows exclusive. Is that you have shared libraries on all operating systems: Linux, macOS, Windows. There is a trick that Windows has that no other operating system has, which is you can link against a shared library and you can start your program without this shared library being present. Your program will just start. It will start working. Only on the first reference to this external library, it will actually load it. Linux and the GNU ecosystem has something which tries to do the same thing, but it's not exactly the same thing. On Linux, you can also kind of do this, but on startup, the linker is going to fail if it cannot find the shared library. And this is kind of a big deal. This is a big difference, because this is something that allows me on Windows to dynamically change what target I link against. That's impossible on Linux. On Linux, you need the library to be present at startup time. So it's a very cool mechanism. I wanted to use it on Linux, and I actually found a library that does this. It's called imlib. Absolutely amazing library. It's just a tiny tool that scans library and generates some kind of plumbing, so it's possible on Linux. Anyway, amazing stuff. And this is how we link against TensorFlow. This is what allows us to have TensorFlow working. Because TensorFlow, I don't know if you know, it actually has another LLVM embedded. And this LLVM, which is embedded inside TensorFlow, it's slightly different from our LLVM, the LLVM that we are using for the machine code. It's a different version, and they also have some custom patches on top of LLVM. Anyway, they use this to make it run fast. We run libraries that run fast, so I think it's excusable that we have two copies of LLVM. It's a tiny copy of LLVM, really. Okay. Yes, no patching of TensorFlow. Because boy, I wanted to use AI to link against TensorFlow, and it's just so stupid. So sometimes it really likes to link against the deprecated targets. It will pick the oldest, least maintained export rule and start linking against that. It will start patching, adding patches. If it notices, oh, this deprecated library is not working, then it starts trying to fix this deprecated library. It's like going to a restaurant, to like an exclusive restaurant, but instead of ordering food, you go to the garbage bin behind the restaurant and start eating from there. And no problem, you get food poisoning if you do this. If you're going to this, high quality restaurant, to this, perfect, well-maintained library, you should use the official targets, official API entry points, not some deprecated garbage APIs. The AI, somehow it cannot distinguish between those two. And it starts eating from this garbage. It says, oh, this food is it doesn't taste okay. There is something off about the taste. Let me add some pepper and some salt. And it starts adding spices to this essentially garbage, instead of linking against the official targets you can kind of get in the restaurant. Okay, what do we have? It's not perfect because this is still not using implib, so I still want to use this full library. But no problem.
Do you think it's better to have AI recreate engineering interfaces from scratch in the future, instead of how we make AI understand human interfaces, like Windows OS specifics, which have a lot of backstory and quirks to each of them?
Your question involves a very problematic term. It involves the term future, because in future AI could work differently. If the AGI prophecy turns out to be true, then AI is going to be able to basically rediscover like better interfaces. But as it stands today, the language model based AI, it's really not capable of inventing new stuff. Like even the stuff that it's doing here, it involves a lot of very weird code, but like for example, something like this. No sane person would write this. But this code is basically kind of stolen from this library. This is how this library produces the code. It's just the AI was probably trained on some auto-generated headers from this library, and it started generating them here. So it's really not... It's really reproducing the APIs and solutions that it has seen. So as it stands today, those language models, they are amazing as a sort of a Wikipedia. Like it's basically the sum of all the knowledge about programming that we have developed across the world, across the globe, combined into this single machine which anybody can operate. So you can tell it, hey, write me a game, and it's going to write a game using all those tricks that it discovered from GitHub and everywhere. But it's not going to invent better APIs. It's going to just find relevant stuff which is applicable and apply it. And it's very good at that. But it's not inventing new APIs.
Definitely a good thinking partner, though, yeah?
It is, yes. There is one mode where you never agree to anything that the AI says, and you keep finding issues in this, and I find that this flow of working with AI to work very well. So when AI says, oh, this is the best approach, you should say, this is not the best approach because, and list some reasons that you can come up with and really push the AI to seek more solutions. I really enjoy that. And yeah, it's very good at explaining stuff, and yeah, there is this kind of front line of knowledge and technology, and AI cannot cross this, but AI can bring you to this front line. Once you're at this front line, you yourself can push it further. And it's very nice. I think it's amazing. It allows everybody to stop rediscovering stuff over and over again. Because, okay, you want to write, a tower defense game, you can tell AI, hey, write me a tower defense game, and you can only focus on the stuff that's actually new. Because the generic part, AI is going to handle the generic part. Yeah. So I do enjoy this. I do enjoy this a lot. And especially it unlocks this low-level programming, which was... it was very... This whole area, like native programming, because you have to use this kind of stuff, this kind of language. It looks crazy. Like, who has the patience to learn and write code like this, which achieves so little, so much cost? And now that we have language models that can kind of aggregate this knowledge and make it useful to anybody, it's like, I feel like almost we are there where anybody can use this. Not quite, because the AI still makes... I think somebody who doesn't know how to criticize AI properly, it's very easy to accept whatever AI produces, and it can kind of make you stuck very quickly. It will produce garbage code. You will basically be stuck fighting technical debt in a day, in a day from starting your program. Almost perfect, though. Okay, just checking if it's not adding too many new comments. And it's very okay. Okay, those are basically non-changes. Okay, interesting. Okay, this is the worst file. For some reason, TTS didn't pick up your message. So, do you think we can come up with a nice standardized way to determine whether one is good at being critical of AI output and directing it in a constructive way? Oh, I actually seem to have some network issues. No, you do not have to send anything away. My computer seems to have some network issue. Let me check something. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So basically, sometimes my motherboard overheats and the network card basically does this. It stops working. I will have to reboot my main PC, but no worries. I can keep streaming throughout this. This is why I have multiple PC setup. Anyway. So your question, the one that asks about this, the question which asks about being critical of AI, I think we will kind of collectively learn to be critical of AI. That's my hope. Because once you interact with AI, you kind of start to realize that it lies to you. And it's very, very convincing. It sounds like an expert. You really have to demonstrate the paradoxes that it generates for the AI to kind of recover from this tunnel vision sometimes. I think people will, generally everybody, will learn to do this well. It's very good for critical thinking, I would say. The fact that AI is so good at lying, I think it will make people better at recognizing that somebody is lying. Yeah, I think I will do this. Okay, I think I will actually reboot my PC in a second. Okay, this is mostly a written code, and I see... not see what it's doing. It's patching some export tables. Very strange thing to do, but hey, Bazel also does this. So this is probably the only thing to do it. Some export directive. I do not like those comments. Too many comments. You can kind of see that, hey, you're specifying an extra export directive. So this is one line. You can read it basically in like a second. There is a 4-line English comment, which is unstructured. It's harder to understand, and it can contain inaccurate information. So I am very much against those comments. Like, this line is good enough explanation already. Yeah. I will clean this up later. Let me see what it's doing here. Okay, this is... actually wonder, does my VM have a working internet now? It shouldn't. Yeah, it should fine. It is cool. Okay, rebooting everything. I need to save the work. Doesn't make sense to save anything here because I lost the connections anyway. The VM... it feels strange to reboot a PC. My uptime was slightly over a week. Most of the work got in, so I can save. Okay. It feels so strange to be streaming with my PC off. Yeah, I can still stream my desktop, kind of. I want to power this on. I found so many, a couple new desktop environments. I think I am going to try soon. So GNOME, apparently they are dropping the X11 version, so I will not be able to use my KVM. So I expect that I am going to switch to some other desktop soon, like XFC. Okay, time to fire up my VM. Well, this is where this is the containment chamber for AI. This is the thing that allows the AI to safely access my code. This is this origin. And let it work. Okay, clicking for some reason doesn't work. Anyway. Yeah, I should also have Windows in Linux, because that would make testing easier. Quick restart of the stream overlay. Cool. Network is working. Okay, we are back to Automat. I should kind of work more on this flip-flop, but I want to utilize AI to the maximum. I still have a little bit of quota this week, so I intend to use basically as much of my quota as I can before it runs out. I have time only until the Sunday, so I need to use it a lot. I will just this maybe the update first. Yeah, I need to get a proper network card. It's a good idea.
772 says,
I've been using Codex.
Oh, I actually haven't been able to use Codex. I see a lot of people praising Codex, saying that, it's actually very competitive and much cheaper. I do wonder, what do you think about this? For me, the volume argument is actually, I am almost never able to use my quota anyway. So the volume is not a problem, but is it actually nicer to work with? Because is it less frustrating than Claude? Because Claude is I get really annoyed when I work with it, when I talk with it.
We'll try Claude Code at some point, what?
It's good at getting things done, but wow, it's so patronizing, and it lies to you in this patronizing way. It's kind of insulting, when I talk with it. It's like I love working with other people, on tech stuff. I love discussing this stuff. I love writing, reading design docs, discussing things. I have never been so frustrated as with Claude. It actually makes this kind of collaborative design so annoying because it's so confidently wrong. Anyway, okay. And there was... I think I will reduce the blur section. I want this outer corner to be slightly sharper. Maybe like that. Okay, I think it's looking more and more like a switch, like a proper switch.
Interesting. I've had a good experience with Codex in that regard. It seems to always defer to me in a constructive way and pushes back respectfully when I'm wrong. So it makes me more trusting and critical at the same time as well.
Sounds...
Good experience.
It sounds amazing. This is the thing that annoys me the most about Claude. I guess I will try Codex. Okay, the biggest part of this design is actually the rocker switch, so let's start working on that. Somewhere here.
From a technical end, how do you think setting its personality works? Is a master prompt all there is to it?
When you train a language model, there are those two phases of training. There is the unsupervised training, where you just train it on all text in existence. This is when the AI kind of learns to emulate basically any writing style. So AI, if you have just this is the purest model, purest language model you can get. You just train it on all text in existence, and this unsupervised is actually the strongest part of AI. These unsupervised models, those very pure models that can emulate any sort of speech, they are the smartest also. They get the best scores and the lowest perplexity when you ask them to complete the text. At this stage, the AI can emulate any type of speaking, so it can speak like, you can tell them, hey, you're J.R.R. Tolkien, please write the next tome of Lord of the Rings or something like this. And it's going to emulate Tolkien very well. At this stage, it has no mode, no way of speaking. But then you have the supervised stage, where you train the AI to generate text that fits some human preferences. And then AI is kind of losing a little bit of its capability there. The perplexity is increasing, but it behaves more like it stops behaving like a language model. It starts behaving like somebody that you can talk to almost. This is very superficial. This is just hiding those capabilities. It's kind of turning a general purpose language model into a specific persona. I think this is what's making Claude have this annoying personality. I think Anthropic kind of uses some supervised training to make Claude behave like some good engineers, which are probably very confident and they know a lot of stuff, but AI isn't always correct. So it kind of picks the confidence without the substance, without being the expert. I think this is all due to post-training, because even if you give them good instructions, if you have a system prompt or your Claude MD that instructs the AI to behave in a specific way, after some time it will start ignoring it and it will start talking back in this default mode. And this is the signal that it's due to post-training. It's due to preference optimization that it behaves like that. Like this preference optimization is somehow inherited by many models because they all talk in similar ways. This new one is actually the it says it completed.
Have used a raw LM, not put through supervised training, Jojo.
Yeah, this is the easiest thing to do. And there was actually a period in time where if you were actually paying for LLM, you would get access to two of them. One of them would be the base one, the one without preference tuning. So this was, what was the term for this? I do not remember. But you would get basically two variants. You would get this base one, which would be able to behave at whatever. And for those LLMs, to use them properly, you need this prompt engineering. So you need to trick the LLM to adopt a specific personality, and then the LLM behaving on this personality would be able to do some work for you. But it was very, very tricky. So preference optimization and this post-training became a standard, and now I think most models, you can only access the ones which are optimized to kind of behave, to adopt a personality by default. Okay, let's go back to this. I wanted to draw this rocker. This is a very nice color, this key disabled color. Draw it now. Need some kind of paint here. It's not going to be functional yet. I'm just drawing the rough shape. I'm wondering how I can do this best, because oh, this is actually fun. So within Automat, I have this Wayland server. So most of the apps I try to start are actually starting in Automat now. That's fine. It's like I can actually develop Automat from within Automat. I'm looking for the flip-flop. Oh, Inkscape also within Automat. That's nice. It's so strange, but yeah, we can pretty much compare the shape of this button with this. I can even put this Automat button on top of Inkscape. It's like Inkscape is using X11. Okay. The goal is not to emulate it perfectly. I think I will grab more colors from this shape. G. I need some break. Be right back.
Routanks just followed on Twitch.
I'm back. Hey, thanks for the follow. Okay, I could pick the colors from this Inkscape file, but I think it would be nicer if the colors on this button stay consistent with this one. I like more saturated colors. I should go for this. Or maybe I should go for this color. Probably should be bright. I just need to see how this color is being used. Whip gradient, side color, make shader. By the way, this makes whip shader. We have a better function for it now. Adjust lightness. Okay, so this is what I was doing. It's 20, side is minus 20. There is a very slight gradient here. Hard to see, but it's here. Anyway, just lightness is the way. Actually, the thing I was thinking about is that I like this bottom shape. I could do all of this as a single linear gradient. Let me try it, a single linear gradient first, and then I will think about it. Linear gradient, like that. I would like this rocker. I've actually emulated this version. I would like it to have this color. No, FG. There will be a flat section, then a brighter section. Then a very dark section. Something like that. In the meantime, is the AI working? No, it stopped. Okay, this is our rocker switch. It kind of looks almost like a rocker switch. I just need to fix some of the values here. Maybe make it darker at the bottom. It is a rocker. It is a rocker. And by animating the positions, I should be able to make it rock. So when I run this, it flips on and off. It will actually animate nicely. A simple gradient. Wow, I did not expect this would work. It looks like a rocker switch. I do not have history in Windows. Sorry, I'm working on another machine which you cannot see again, but enough need to see if it's gaslighting me again. I need to use those tokens. Okay, this gradient that I'm generating, I need to specify not only points, there are always 2 points. We also need to specify offsets. I think they are part of gradient. And specify colors, interpolation. What do we have inside interpolation? It's a fixed size, it's 3 bytes. Why is it passed as a reference? This is 3 bytes. 3 bytes, come on. Okay, Okay, colors. This is what I need to change. There are positions here. Those positions are important. So this is a span of floats from 0 to 1, I guess. Say 0.5. Colors. And rocket. File mode. Looks slightly better now. We'll add animations on. I think it looks way better. This is wow. This looks like a proper rocker switch. And it fits nicely. Does it fit nicely with this one? It's okay. So one more thing I wanted to do was this website. I wonder if you can see it. Okay, this website shows a very nice effect where there is this shadow below the button. I think it's a very good thing to have. We should have a shadow below. And I do not mean this shadow, I mean, because this is the shadow of the protrusion on the face. The rocker itself still does not have a shadow. Shadows here, they are very simplistic. This is just a circle. Thinking about this. Should also draw some vertical gradient here. This is looking kind of good. Okay, now it's looking better. It's not overlit now. I think it fits better with this button also. I'm trying in my head to model how this button should behave. Because it should rotate along the x-axis. I think we can model this mathematically. This is just trigonometry. So we have our toy. I am introducing a new animated value, so we will see some animation in a second. This animation will have to happen inside tick. Is tick? It's not tick. It's I do not want linear approach, I want spring towards, yes, like let's make it a spring. Okay, we have a rocker state in use now. I think to animate this properly, you will need to animate colors and positions. we need strength lab. Here's the idea. Along this vertical axis here, you could come up with some control points, and as the rocker is flipped on and off, those control points will move up and down, and they will also change color. We will animate this nicely. It will be the nicest rocker switch kind of out there. Once we're done. This could be maybe large. I need names for this. And then the other is going to be okay. Front face is going to be fairly simple. Okay, and the idea is that how many points do we have? We have 0. Seven. Should I express this as a proper C++ code, maybe? I think so. I think it will reduce the chance of errors. I think I can initialize those things like Those are... I really like how Skia API designed this. I can hold my own arrays and I just pass spans into Skia. This is a very nice API design. I like it. I'm not a fan of this layout, but fine. It uses less space. Okay, let's see how it looks now. Did I break anything? I should have added a small dark section on top now. Yeah. It's not good. This top section looks strange. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I want to see what will happen if I remove this top shadow. I do not like it at all. What will happen if I reduce this to 0? Nice. Yeah, I think this is looking good. Or maybe something like that. So, you can see that the top edge has an edge here. I think it's looking better now. It's still not rocking. We'll do this in a second. With AI, of course, it stopped working. basically, so my strategy here is I want to create two blocks that will describe the gradient in those two states, and then I will right now they are the same, right? It's not changing at all, but I will blend between them depending on this animated value that I am already animating in tick. There was this, I do not see, where is this rocker state? And maybe I will not do this in a linear fashion because it can overshoot. That's good. I want it to overshoot. I will try to apply some trigonometry. So some sines and cosines will be used to calculate those values eventually. But for now, I just want to come up with some good states for the on and off position. This should be different. It should be 9, 8. It should be 9, 6. Something like that. Pretty nice. I can flip a switch on and off, and it kind of moves. I can do synchronize with this. So this is the tiny machine that just flips on and off, and the switch is connected to one of the timers. So the switch state is synchronized with this timer. When this timer is running, that switch is on. I can stop this, doing this, and start it. The synchronization mechanism is keeping them in sync. But the animation here is kind of crappy. It needs work. Definitely in need of some improvements. This is actually a nice way to test the switch. I will try to save it. It should work. When I restart it, yeah, I should see a flipping switch. I will change some colors. It should be -10. Something like that. Okay, I just made this top face slightly darker. So I think some of those things can be extracted. Like this position is one in both cases. It's two positions, they are also the same. Top horizon is also the same. I think the colors of top and bottom horizons are also the same. This is just deleting some lines of code. I think those others should actually be animated. I have some functions for doing interpolations. No. Okay. No. Length? No. I think there is some lerp function in std. So let's do lerping on those bottom values. Okay. This should animate some positions. See, it is animated. Slightly too animated. Okay, I will animate all values and then we will think what we are doing. I do not want to delete this. I will comment it for now. Let's do the same with top edge position. Okay, we have a rocker switch that kind of animates, and this animation is reactive. So if I start playing with those values, it's blinking because the color is it's not animated properly. But you can see that very brief switches, they cause just a slight wiggle. I don't think it should wiggle this much. Let me lower the half-life of the animation. To make it stiffer. Okay, it seems like linear interpolation is not that bad. It's okay. It's looking fine. I should animate the color now.
Master says,
W escrosi Automat to Jockey's macro software anasterida.
Yeah, you're pushing TTS to the limits. But yeah, essentially true. It's kind of a macro software, but it also has some kind of, let's call it intelligence built in. There is no AI, but it has the ability to do some image recognition and some image processing, and so that, you know, if you have a game that requires some... Most games actually require some feedback. Like, very few games can do purely macro, based playthrough. So there is some utilities to do also this feedback reading. This is very early on, this feedback reading, but there are some kind of beta objects. Those are prototypes of, how things could work. And there are some really nice things here. Like this is... Those objects, they allow me to access the sound, for instance, coming out of the apps. So if there is an application that's playing some sound, I can hook into this and do, for example, some audio cue detection. I can do image recognition, I can do audio detection. This is still very beta, but that's how it's going to work. And all visual, no kind of... You can program if you want, but by default you don't have to. Okay, I think those colors... I'll probably extract them because they are always the same. Edge color. Okay, what did I do just now? Extract top horizon. I am getting lost. That's fine. This is -20 in both cases. Try this here. Okay, and those four, and they should be animated. Those four colors.
How's Gen 2 been treating you? Feel like compiling everything from scratch gets quite tedious pretty quickly.
This is why I avoid updates as much as I can. if you're developing, especially because all of the system libraries, they suddenly change version, and everything that you have built locally stops working suddenly. You have to remove all built artifacts and rebuild everything that you're working on. All of my projects temporarily stop working after I update. But it has some nice sides as well. The use flags that Gentoo has, this is a Gentoo exclusive thing. Let me find something, for example.
I mean, it's pretty much the same with Arch when you update.
Yeah, actually, this is the same with every operating system when you update. I think even Ubuntu has this issue. And the nice thing about Gentoo is that when you have packages, those packages have use flags. And those are no other operating system has this mechanism. It allows you to basically change how you configure different packages in your system. Normally, you just have to use whatever the distributors packaged for you. But here you can say, hey, I want to use Emacs with, I don't know, Qt instead of GTK or something like this. I made it up. I'm not sure if Emacs supports Qt or Firefox. For example, IMI3. What is IMI3? Disable something, some DRM plugin. DRM is probably direct rendering manager, not digital rights management. System web. So you can basically, you have a much finer control over your system. And in addition to use flags, you can also apply your patches. So if you want to build some package with some specific patches, go ahead. It's a really nice capability. And custom compilation flags. I built everything with OFast. Like, my system is built in a mode which nobody should use for their systems. It's very fast, but maybe not so stable. But I like fast. I prefer fast to stable. And 0, 0. Okay, now we should have a much nicer animation where colors also blend. They do. We have a nice animated rocker. Sweet.
Very bouncy.
It should have some, weight to it. This is not the end. It's only part. I think we should also have some nice shadows around the edges of this toggle button. And I actually do not know, do you put on state on the top, I think? This we should have on here and off on the bottom. Okay, I'm thinking of too many things at the same time. Let me list them. Maybe it is possible. With some clipping and inverted rectangles. Or maybe I can ask AI. AI sometimes knows how to do those things, so... The way that I think it's done typically is that you take a clip, you take your rounded rectangle, you convert it into a path, you invert the path, you add a mask filter that will blur it, and you draw this with a clip. Which is a lot of work for a simple effect. But this is the only thing that can draw proper shadows along this rounded edge.
Crit Original says,
Hello.
Hey. This is, by the way, I think this is the best use. So there is this Fable 5 model, which is limited time, limited quota, and everything is limited here. I think this is like the best use of this model. Asking it how to draw inner shadow. By the way, this model, you can basically ask it to write a game for you and it will one-shot a game. Yeah, I will instead waste my credits asking it to how to properly use Skia. This inner shadow is something that has been bugging me for a long time. I always do this weird trick with clipping and mask filters. Thinking a lot. I know, it's hard. Okay, in the meantime, there are probably some other things I could do. I could probably do shadow below the button. And this soft shadow below the button, it should respect the state of the button, so it should get smaller if the button is in the off state. Like that. I'll get rid of those. Not need them anymore. I'll get rid of those. The soft shadow is probably going to be drawn before the rocker. Somewhere here. I think black is the default color. I will skip the alpha for now even. Normal blur. Sigma, I don't know, millimeters, whatever. This will draw just the shadow all around the rocker. This is not what I want. Yeah, it's very just shadow all around. I would like to move this down. Move by. Okay, wrong direction. I should move down. And should also be animate. This is kind of heavy. Let's see. The fact that it's shadow on the sides I don't think it should. It should only draw shadow below. How did they do this here? Okay, here they do not have shadow around it. Shadow is only below. looks like a cheap trick really here, but it works. So I think this shadow should be, say what color it should be. It's kind of blocking the sun, so I think it should be slightly blue. I think shadows are generally slightly blue. Should make it smaller. Crazy things are happening here because of this overshoot. We only want to draw it if it's greater than 0. Maybe I can reduce the sigma so that it's sharper. I would like to see how it, even for debugging, I would like to see the shape. My stochastic parrot successfully fixed linking with TensorFlow. Nice. And does it know how to draw inner shadow properly? Okay, so apparently when I use normal blur style, I am getting analytic blur mask. Saying here, what? I think that my code here, it could be replaced with a shader, and it should be possible to address the outer edge as well here. The custom shader. Soft shadow below the button. This is something wrong here. This outset kind of wrong. Left. Actually, here, I'm essentially drawing a capsule here. I don't think this is right. I think I should draw a rectangle actually. Looks nicer. I can disable this blur so that we can see the whole rectangle. We will not see it because it's here. But this is nice. Cool, cool. Now the color. Be the color of the sky pretty much, but very dark. Oh, blue. Blue. I think I can draw this in multiply mode. in multiply mode, the shadow can be actually pretty bright and it will still work fine. Like that. Okay, I think this color is fine now. This is even nicer. Gives me much more space to put some text here. Much more, like 2 millimeters more space. Light should be larger. Where do we have mask filters? when drawing the body, but oh yeah, this is actually not so efficient. I think this should really be optimized. Those switches are going to be used all over the place. Before I do this dedicated shader, I need to figure out the math. I actually think I will remove this linear interpolation. I will do this proper 3D math here. And temporarily, I will add the horizontal, hacky horizontal version. Okay, I need horizontal colors. What? I'm passing everything in a shadow. Like those positions. Seems like they are not. Okay, now it should be fine. Yeah, now we have this this soft edge around here. Actually, not that bad. You know what? I think I do not need it. I think it's fine. This edge shadow was good enough, and I actually think this shadow in the border section, in the bottom section, which is darker, actually looks good. It actually looks better than what I would write in a custom shader. Custom shader would wrap around this edge. Probably find that it is looking like it's looking. It's almost like this subtle rim lighting here. Very nice. Light should be larger and okay. This is okay. Do something similar here. I broke it in some funny way. Anyway. Should be 1 minus. Now it's not using proper trigonometry yet. It should not be multiplied by this much. Something like this. be like initial. So this part here, I've done something here that works. Not quite sure why. So maybe I can draw this. I can draw this in the new page. Let's call it scratch. We have x-axis, y-axis. I think axis in red. Somewhere here I have pi. So this is our good old sine function. Let's say this is sine. So what I'm doing here is I am scaling this from 0 to 30 degrees. It's 180. 180 by 6, yes, it's 30 degrees. And I think sine of 30 degrees is half, so I don't think it's correct. Oh. What is the upper? When rocker state hits 1, I want to oscillate around this point. Hmm. Need to subtract 5.5. Something like that. That should scale to a proper range. Nope. Okay, explains problem. Okay. Now this value never crosses 1. It's nice. This is how it should be. I need to do the same with the lower value. Should be simpler. Something's wrong here. It's not looking as nice anymore. I'm looking at this. I'm trying to burn this into my visual memory. Compare this with a linear interpolation now. Somehow linear interpolation looks so much better than keeping linear. That was really pointless. I must have done something wrong in the math there. But okay, looks fine. So at this point, I'm giving up on this. Let's fix the light. Radius. Instead of half a millimeter, let's try 1 millimeter. Looks nicer. Immediately better, right? Should avoid magic constants. this black edge, there is a 1 pixel of gap between. Shine, glow. Radius. And what's the issue? Should apply 1 pixel of difference here. Should avoid the gap. Yep, the gap is gone. I think the light could be larger. Let's try 2mm radius. Looks alright. Slowly starting to look like a switch. There is one difference versus my original design. Get this. Stop. I want to have this horizontal light. The plan was to have sort of a glass sphere, and inside there would be a neon light. But maybe This is actually a better design. I think this is much more natural for a light switch to have a tiny light indicator. I will just make the border thinner. Strong. And there is also an option of doing this. And now it's always going to be 1 pixel wide. Or maybe like that. I think that maybe we should probably do a similar edge around this switch here. To make it consistent with the light, because it's not out of place now. Disney rocker paint. I think it should be drawn at the very start. Should be different. This should be of the stroke with -1 pixel. They are different because of brightness. They just feel different. Much brightness difference in those strokes, those borders. Actually feels like this top one is wider. No, they seem to be the same with feels strange. Oh, maybe this is because of draw order. It must be because of draw order. Nice glitch. It's 1 pixel, it's not 1 pixel. Use half. Oh, this thing produces glitches. And this. This weird. Hmm. It is better without the border. Yeah. Less cartoonish. Maybe I should also remove the border here. Actually, it doesn't feel that bad. Goodbye stroke. Of this division. Thread glow is very nice. Maybe I can. Okay, it's alright. Maybe rather blend modes. Hard light, maybe. Looks cool. I think it looks better without borders. It fits much nicer with other objects around. It's a good place for a label. And this is a good place for some icons, like on or off, like in this design. Maybe we can also do the icons. Yeah. I say also icons because I have some kind of roadmap for this switch already. After we add icons, then we should probably move this into a separate type so that this rocker can be reused in other objects, possibly. And this separate widget should be reactive to mouse. Because right now, to activate this, I have to do this, run, or I have to hook it up to this. Okay. Was some glitch. So many bugs, so many bugs. No, it is visually unbalanced. It needs some text on the bottom. Maybe I can just write switch. Maybe that would be good enough. Let me put some text on it. Bake children. What? Do not bake children. It's terrible. UI button I am keeping. I'm going to use this later. Add indicator, blah blah blah. Time to add text. How do I do this? I need something like that. UI font, font, height, whatever. We do not know what it means even. Okay, let's see what text we're going to draw. Okay, it's not looking bad. I think it should be white. And maybe we should align it to the center. I need some better text drawing utilities. It should also be larger. Let's call this label. Okay, it is centered now. We just need to position it lower. And I actually think we have a good function for this. This right here. Actually negative. No. Yeah. Oh yeah, bottom is negative. Yeah. Anyway. I think I should find the difference between this edge and place the text in between those two. So this will be at bottom plus something like this. Yeah, seems to be positioned nicely now. I think I should use the same math for finding the position for the top light. Here, this. The contrast here is very good, but I think it could look nicer if it was slightly blended with the color of the background. Yeah. Very, very subtle. About making this larger. Yeah, I think it's good if text is readable. Any other cool font? Granosima, we have Grenze, Silk Screen. I don't remember what was that. Sinky, oh, this is a nice font. I'm not going to use it. It's too digital. This one is nice. It's a very good label. Much as I think this is the same font that we use in menus. Absolutely not. There is also not a font. This is the most standard font you can use. See how it will look. Ugh. Hurts to look at it. This is good one. Yeah, I'll fix the positioning of the top light instead of this. I'm going to do something like that. So that when I change some parameters, the layout is going to auto-update itself. Okay, so we have text. Next are icons. Those icons are actually pretty straightforward. I think each icon could be maybe each icon should be a widget. Because if an icon is a widget, it's baked in, you could even do those effects. No. Inset, outset type of effects. Yeah. I think this is the play. Check this out. Make shape widget. Is the parent. Ah. That's a lot of work, but there we go. We have a child widget. Like something like circle, but it's not going to work great. I will use this for now. Those two lines, they tell my rendering infrastructure that this child should be rendered and baked into a texture. When I draw them, this value inside tick. And is the matrices. It may look strange, but I need to grab this part. Basically take it out. I will commit this first. Those will become values. That is on the widget. No, no. Oh wow. Here. Structure seems to be like a context basically thing. In this context is fantastic. I'm moving all of this stuff out just because this is what I need to reposition the on and off widget. Be right. Hello. Um, need to do something like this. Is it right? This is a bit of a strange thing. Oh, this is because my matrix is broken. It's because of this translate. Okay, this on now moves properly. Should do the same for off now. Okay, I think I need to add some margins here. Those, and the fact that those edges stay in place is kind of strange. They should move a little. Off. Edge. I think this will be much better. We'll keep the gradient in place and only animate the icon. It was nice that it was staying there. What's wrong with those values? Stretching is looking weird. Need to figure out a better way that would avoid stretching. Grab maybe. That. Okay, in terms of scale, I need something that will make it preserve aspect ratio when it's switched on or off. This should be perfectly circular here. Oh, I figured out what to do with this light. I will put a similar thing. Similar emboss around the light. There's the icon sizes. The path seems like an easier thing to do. This, I do not know what I'm doing. I hope it will result in something that looks nice. Um, maybe like that. Maybe it works. Yep. Works amazing. Circle is a circle and it's active. I think that this blue matches the tesseract. And yeah, the plastic color matches the plastic of the key thingies. I think the color of the labels on the key should be softer. Why do we have so many automats running? This switch is starting to look nice. I think I should now hide this circle in some kind of crease. Somewhere it should be inset into the casing. Oh no, before I do this, I need to simplify this terrible, usually terrible piece of code. Expand this. I'm just manually simplifying the math here. Maybe I should not do this, because we change the geometry, everything will be wrong. Yeah, I will worry about this when I change the geometry. Looks good. This minus 6, we have nice rectangular icons. Next is to add some slight bevel around the light. Should be simple, should be totally trivial, right? I'm going to do this differently. I am going to sweep gradient center. side. Light. Side again. Dark. Side again. Okay, now we have this inset looking like that. It's actually not bad. I will change the this. Because it was extrusion, it should be inset like that. It's apparently not bad. Surprised how good it looks already. It's going to be even better because I'm going to blur it. Maybe this could be smaller. Has two poles here. I do not like those poles. Maybe that will help. Yeah, I think it looks better now. And this nice symbol as well. Like here. It's an alternative to text. Let's see how outset would look. Also not bad. It happens to match the frame rate, so it's not really flipping fast enough.
Wojciech Krawczyk 6315 says,
Are you mad at me? To do?
Why would I be mad? It'd be nice if we could somehow show subframe.
Because you did not answer my questions, D.
Oh, I haven't seen them. Oh yeah, Fable. Fable is super nice. It's much more capable than and it's slightly less annoying. Slightly. It's not a big difference, but it feels nicer to use. We are filling every other frame. Yeah, speaking of Fable, I should actually use it more. And this was finished. Do we have any reasonable work that Fable could do? I don't think we have. I have a list of things that should happen before the Steam release. And flip-flop we basically fixed now. I mean, there's still one more to do. Yeah, this basically. I think maybe Fable can do this. Let's see if it can pull it off. First of all, what is that? I preferred the inset version. Okay, I think this is actually a very good task for Fable. Let's see how it performs. Okay. Sounds like a decent prompt. I would say there is like 90% chance that Fable is actually going to introduce a regression. Because it's bad at testing interactive stuff, like the behavior of what happens when I do mouse hover and click.
Lol.
Dmitry Altov says,
What's up? What you doing?
Hey, pretty much done already. We have a new switch in Automat, which looks like that. Probably need to like go to sleep and look at it tomorrow, because I've been looking at this for the whole day. It looks, it's kind of like you are editing music or videos and you keep watching or listening to the same stuff. When you're doing visual design, you also get this sort of like accommodation where some things stop looking strange to you if you sit on them for too long. If I take a break, maybe I will decide that this switch is actually strange and it shouldn't look like that. For now, we have a nicely looking switch in Automat. I can switch it manually. I can synchronize it. Yeah.
That's sick.
It's synchronized with this timer, so that when this timer is running, the switch is on. So, and it works both ways. So when I activate the timer, it starts activating the switch. I can also start the timer by timing the run action. Yeah, it's been bugging me for so long that this was the previous design. I mean, previous design was fine, but it was very unclear what it did because it used some yin-yang icon. It was very strange. You have to look at previous streams to see how it looked. But yeah, I think it looks much more like a switch now. When you look at this, it's what it is. It's a switch. Like there's no arguing here.
Dmitry Altov just followed on Twitch.
Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. This one issue, it's still not clickable, but clicking requires quite a bit of refactoring, and I hope that this agent can do the refactoring for me. It's very slow. It's extremely slow. But it's probably okay. At least it's not spawning subagents. We have more to-dos. I I will do those to-dos probably offline. Next week, I will probably skip. I mean, not probably, definitely, I will skip 2 streams, Monday and Wednesday. And this is because I'm going to a conference. This one. Local First Conference. I didn't make it to the last one, but this year I am going to make. I have even no idea what kind of talks are going to happen there. It's a strange conference, especially for Automat, because Automat is not really related to network. It's not local first at all, it's just local. Local first is really about networked software that's meant to work locally. So this is what this conference is about. And this is just a regular local tool for game automation. But there are tons of people here that work on, say, let's call them future of coding related projects. Like trying to imagine how coding could work.
Local first is more about front end, if I'm not mistaken.
8164 says,
Hey,
Hey, there is this. There were some principles of local first. I do not remember all of them, but it was about unplugging your basically internet connection. If you have an app that the server where the app is hosted can go away and the app keeps working, this is a local first app. It can synchronize the data locally over the LAN network connection. It's a very nice design approach. Very few applications use it, but the ones that do, they are so fun to use. I was using one note-taking app like that. What was that? Google Drive is local first. Google Drive is kind of, I think, local first. Anytype is a good example of such app. I wonder how they are doing. Oh, and AI is doing stuff. We can take a peek at its virtual desktop to see if it's starting anything. I really like to kind of snoop and see what the agent is doing. Okay, now it created 2 widgets to get some probably reference screenshots. Yeah, it's copying them into flip-flop before. Anyway, one nice thing about this conference is that there are a lot of people who are just trying to reinvent how computers could organize the state of computation, essentially. Because the synchronization, it involves syncing of something that can evolve in time sometimes. And it's just touching the, let's say, different models of computation. So we'll see. There could be some new ideas presented. I'm looking forward to them as well. Lab Day. History of Ink and Switch. Ink and Switch is a nice laboratory. This t-shirt is from link and switch malleable software. Another nice design paradigm. Yeah, some people from GNOME. I have very mixed feelings about GNOME. I really like the technology underneath the GNOME, but the design and some of the basically regressions that they keep introducing is. I mean, I was using GNOME for many years. Now I have to basically switch away from GNOME because they are dropping X11. TLJAW. I use TLJAW all the time. Nice. Anyway, I will give you my review of the conference after I come back. This will be next week. And this is going to take some time still. Okay, I guess I will end this stream here. Yeah, this is it. See you next week.
Dmitry Altov says,
Yeah.
Bye bye.